this continuing live coding series on creating a website from scratch with Python, Django, and the Wagtail CMS. Today we're going to start on a new feature of the Western Front website. It's one of the more complicated features, an online store, or kind of a minor e-commerce feature. We're not going to go full-fledged e-commerce by any means here, but we're going to do a minimum viable e-commerce solution to be able to sell books and maybe subscriptions. I'm not sure exactly how the subscription will fit into the commerce model, but I'm hoping it'll be a similar mechanism. So let me just adjust real quick, one moment, and mute the mic. So I've been doing a lot of research on this, trying to find out sort of a good way to go forward. I've looked at Oscar, which is a e-commerce framework for Django, and I've looked at a few other kind of ready-made e-commerce solutions, which seemed like Oscar seems very mature, but I think the documentation was a little bit foreboding. It didn't seem to have a lot of clear recipes for me to follow. And other solutions I found were either varying degrees of abandoned or required an entire, React-based front end type thing. One of the guiding principles here is to just keep it simple as possible, and as few moving parts and as few technologies, and introducing another build tool or package manager. I've been trying to avoid that. So I did find a book. I've been looking for some resources, and this book is called, let me get it real quick, the Django 2 Design by Example. Development by Example. And it's from Pact Publishers. Doesn't matter. And it's very comprehensive. Has a lot of cool projects inside of there we might build on. One, including an e-commerce online shop. So we'll have 3 chapters here we'll be going through. I pretty much have decided. I contacted Pact. They said we can use the contents of the book, the source code from the book, in an open source project, as long as we're not doing it sort of verbatim, as long as I'm not just simply reproducing the exact examples from the book. They said it was all right for us to borrow some of these concepts. That's what the book's there for, in fact. And particularly since we're kind of doing things in Wagtail, I'm going to have to deviate from the book almost immediately because we'll be using the Wagtail page model. But in any case, I just wanted to give attribution because it's actually a really well-written book. There are a couple of rough patches, particularly one where they left out an entire code section, and we'll come to that actually because I'll have to figure out how to get around that. I think Pact went through a period of time where their editorial process was really poor, and it's almost like, I don't want to exaggerate too much, but the quality of the books really suffered, and I think they're coming out of that phase now. This book was written, in that period, but it seems to be one of the better written books I've read of them. And I have a Pact subscription, so I like the library overall, and the newer books are good enough to justify 10 years a month, what you'd spend on Netflix or whatever. So anyway, it's not a paid endorsement. It's just to say, if you're doing a lot of technical work, you might think of, is there a technical library that would benefit your work? There are several to choose from. So I'm not going to show the actual book content on the stream. I'll be keeping that off stream so I don't sort of infringe copyright. We've got our branch set up here. And I guess I can give one more, well, when we come to it, I'll give another shout out to another resource for learning Django specific design patterns and implementations, particularly in e-commerce. I think we'll be borrowing from, but I'll get to that when the time comes. So in the book, it has you start an app, and they're calling it Shop. Or they call it My Shop. The project is called My Shop, and then the app's called Shop. I think in our case, we have this bookstore, and I think we're going to go with the word store. Western French store, Western French shop, I don't know. And so I called it store in my pull request, and I think I'll just create that. I don't think store is going to interfere with anything. I hope not. I don't think it's a reserved word or anything like that. And we know we're not going to use, because we're using Wagtail, we don't need admin.py. And we don't need views.py right away. We might not need it at all. We haven't really needed that much because Wagtail does that for us behind the scenes. Creates views, it creates an admin interface, and does some other things, even including the URLs. We'll leave tests as a friendly reminder to write tests, although we haven't been doing that. We will need models, and it does register the app there, so we will take that scaffolding. How many F's is that? Got an R in the middle. Okay, so once we've got our app, the first thing it's going to have us do is, well, make sure it's in the installed app. So this is a thing that's easy to forget. But you just hop over to your site settings, and the base settings, and you just add your app there, alphabetically in my case. This is important so Django can register and does a lot of introspection, including finding the models and generating migrations based on those. I think Wagtail also, needs to do some hooks and things like that. So you have to have these in your installed apps. All right, the next thing we're going to do is create the product catalog. Now in the book, Django 2 by example that we're following along from, we're deviating from it. Geez, those menus are a little bit annoying. And so it's defining things as standard Django models. What we're going to do is define these as Wagtail page models. We inherit from the Wagtail page instance. So let's go over here to store. Where are we? There we are. Models. There's two main models in the store, category model and a product model. The product model is kind of self-explanatory. These are products that you can sell. They'll have a category, a name, description, an image, a unit price, and whether or not it's available. And the category is, something like book or subscription or teacup, coffee cups, or kitsch or something like that. So true to form in our project, we're doing everything as Wagtail pages. And my thinking on this particular feature is that we will have three main pages, three main page types. We'll have a store index page that's going to list all the products, and it might have a faceted search interface. And I reset the content on my local database, so that's the issue there. But let's see if I can just demo that real quick. Inside of this, let's pretend this is the store. We'll display products and perhaps have a facet where you can filter by products of type book or subscription or something like that. And we might have other facets in there. So this is called an index page because it lists an index of content. Then we'll have sort of a categories index page that'll be a sort of a folder. I'm just kind of thinking this aloud, but I'll show you what this means in the back end. Basically, Wagtail gives you this hierarchical page model. Again, I don't have any content here. Let me just, dang it, log in here. It's my super secret development password. So when we look at the content here, we have one like top level drawer, but then everything else is kind of folders. It's all hierarchical. So in our library, we have some library items. In our community, we have people, directories, and you can just then organize your content in a meaningful way. So I'm thinking we'll have a store here, store page, and underneath that we'll have categories and products folders. And likewise, we can, this is by default the Wagtail page hierarchy browser. You can also create custom menu items. So we've done that here, like facets. We have several different facets or different contact types. So I'll probably create a store menu item with categories and products underneath there for simplicity of managing those resources. So that's my general design aim. Let's see how close I come, or if that's a good idea, or how much I have to change that thinking, my thinking. So the category just has, in the book it has a name. Now everything in Wagtail page model has a few fields already. Specifically as a title, so I believe the title field will suffice here. Likewise, categories have a slug. So, the page model already has a slug, so I don't have to bake any of that in. Wagtail provides that for us for free. There are a few niceties. We do want to order it by, well, by default orders by title. I don't have to do that, but verbose name. And verbose name plural. Since it's the regular form. Let's see. Wagtail already defines a string method for this. It'll take the page title. I think that's about it for now. There might be something else we'll do. We'll need to define in a moment, but I can't think of it. We also want a product. Oh yeah, we want to define that category can only be added under the home page. So let me see if I can get some of that, copy and paste that real quick. Keep our content clean. So library models, library item author, library item topic. Here we are, library item index. Huh. Well, we didn't define parent page types here. I'll need to go to my home model and allow store index page, which I need to define. and it should have 1. Max count. An intro text. We might do a featured product at some point. That's a cool idea. That just occurred to me, but right now we'll not add any unnecessary complexity. Underneath this, I guess we'll go top down. Say this will allow store category index page. These index pages, again, are just serving as folders. It's a way I can enforce the content hierarchy. And store product index page. And need to define these. Max count 1. We will need to override the context, but I'll leave that simple for now. Category index page. We have category page. So I'm doing all our models at once. So categories are the only thing allowed into there. Just same thing here for product. Okay, now it looks like we're getting a little bit further along. So for the product, we have category, which is a foreign key. I thought whether I should maybe have done the models as a snippet or something like that, but I believe this should work. Foreign key model, related name, products. So from a category I get the products. And on delete. So if you delete the category, what's going to happen? In the book, it says to do a cascading delete. But if I set no, it'll lead to potentially database inconsistency. But I don't know. If we delete a category, I don't want to delete all the products. I don't think that's a good idea. I'll continue. I'm going to leave it at set null. Let's see if that is a problem. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. So we don't need a name. We don't need a slug. We could use an image. And for this, we'll use the Wagtail image field. Well, this is the editor's guide. Oh, come on, where's the... Well, whatever, this doc's I don't know where I got the... We need images, so just look at the code otherwise that's just ridiculous. I can't find that. Documentation for images. Magazine. Alright, so then we did use images in the magazine issue. Cover image. Okay, so it is models, foreign key, wagtail images. Cool. So we have a category, image, description. That's a text field, okay. Rich text field. I'll use this rich text field. Which I need to import. Alright, so we go to description, price. Now this is a key one. The book says to use the decimal field for product pricing. Decimal field. And let's see, so maximum digits is 10. I don't know if that's a requirement or an optional. But the decimal places, since we're handling currency, 2 decimal places. And a Boolean field, whether or not it's available. So that way you can basically filter out products from the catalog that are no longer available. Now I think the book recommends creating updated fields. I think those are part of the Wagtail page model already, so I will leave those out. And a lot of the book now is going to continue. It defines views and routes and things like that. Most of those are going to be done by Wagtail for us. So I'm just going to step back a little bit. And make sure I've got things spelled correctly. So we go to store index page. That's going to be the front page of the store. It'll be... We're not running apparently. Number 1, Python. Oh yeah, so I need to do, so yeah, clearly the code's a work in progress. Basically it'll be in part of the nav menu, so let's import the field panel. We'll need to define these widgets to basically pick the content or display the form. So that's another thing Wagtail does automatically, is generating forms. It really saves you some time. You just define the fields you want to display, and it does all the wiring up for you and generates the HTML and all that good stuff in the admin interface. Now for the image, what are we looking at? Home. So I'm done with that. Let's go ahead and look at the image magazine. We need the image chooser panel. And then we'll use that image chooser panel. Magazine issue. Hey, what's up? Stream working? How you doing? Didn't you come in before and tell me, like, advertise your product or something, your service? Okay, so what we want to do is hop back over to the store model and define content panels. Just copy this. I'll have to define content panels for each of these. So we got so we got description. We got image category. We got price. I'd like to show these category and price side by side maybe, but we'll tweak that later. And then we got available. Once we get the basics in place, we can look more at how Wagtail forms are organized. Okay, so for the product, we got all the fields covered: category, image, description, price, and the availability. Alright, so same thing, we need to do this for each of these content types. Product index page just already inherits the page content panels, so I think that should be okay. Category, I think we'll also inherit the page content panels. We don't want anything underneath that. Okay, what's this? Let's check this foreign key. Oh yeah. 2 equals store cover image, store index page. So I got a copy and paste error there. Because there's no such field. Invalid subpage types setting for class store model store index page. So store index page, store category index page. I think this is because we have not run the migrations yet, so I'm just going to make sure. No, it's because I can't type. Valid subpage types for store index page. App Store doesn't have a category index page model. INDEX. Jeez. Ultra Vladik says, salute. I am nobody in programming. What ID do you use? Welcome, Ultra Vladik. I'm using Visual Studio Code. What do you use? What do you use to do your code? I'm doing product index page. If only my IDE could read my mind so I don't make stupid typing mistakes like that. Okay, great. Okay. I'm going to mute my mic for just a second while I adjust my chair. Alright, I'm back. I've tried a few, well, text editors or IDEs on that continuum. I started with probably my main development career with Atom. So very recently, in the last 4 or 5 years, I've started developing full time. And that one is good. I used it for quite some time, but it's a little bit more text editor-y. And then I tried for a little while PyCharm. And previous to that, I had tried a few other things like Kate, or previous to Atom, I dabbled in code and done stuff in Idle or Kate. But PyCharm was my first IDE experience where I actually did some productive work. And I bought a license for that, and it's semi-open. They got a community edition. But I was using the Django support specifically, which is part of their commercial licensed offering. But then for some reason it stopped working. It wouldn't launch on I use Linux, and I don't know if that has to do with it, but so I was like, well, I'll just try this Visual Studio Code. And I think it was really good move. It's pretty much an open source, fully fledged IDE. It's got built-in debugger, built-in terminal, built-in Git integration. Atom has the Git, but it doesn't really have a good debugger, particularly cross language debugger. This thing, it'll set you up some Python debugging, Django debugging, Flask, Pyramid, and that's, I guess, because it knows I'm in a Python project. I'm sure other languages it will give you relevant options. It's just really good. Been a really good experience. Okay, so what did I break? I broke something good. Product category. Field specifies on delete set null, but cannot be null. Yeah, null equals true. I was thinking that would be a problem. But yeah, there's lots of good options. I think, people are pretty productive using Sublime Text or anything like that. I don't want it to be null. It's true. I don't want it to be nullable, I suppose. So it would have to cascade. Product category. On delete. category clashes with the field category from the model Wagtail core page. Dude, this is really an unfortunate design constraint. In Wagtail, you can't have, on models that inherit from page, you can't have overlapping fields. You can't use that same field again. This is just not cool. No, this is something a little bit more subtle than that. I've had this bug before in another model I was creating. I don't know, I wasn't able to get around it. It's like prior to running migrations. Let me take a look here. If I delete my database. Store product category models. The field category clashes with the field category from the model Wagtail page. And it looks like it's not used anywhere else in my project. Yeah, because we're not using category anywhere. This is a really strange bug that I've been encountering in Wagtail. I don't know how to get around it. There's some kind of caching. I did find a, if I Python clear PyCache. If I clear all PyCache, I make the migrations then. Damn! This is weird because this hasn't been, these migrations haven't been made yet. Well, that's easy to roll back. Alright, so there's a lot of migrations run. Now if I go back to store, or if I just run like migrations, and if I search the project for category, no results found. It is not used in any other place in the project. Now if I paste this in before saving, let me just check it out. Product category, from the category product, and if there's any product in the category, it won't let it delete. That's actually the good thing. Store category, and there it is. See if somebody else has had an issue similar with perhaps a different field name. Well, that could be the case here where I'm actually using the same model. Well, I don't mind being a little more verbose than, but the product category. Let's see if that works. Faster the field category from the model Wagtail court page. Yeah, I'm not sure why. But unknown field. Okay. Oh yes, and then this is a simple one to fix. That is now product category. All right, there we go. All right, I think we're good to go. Cool. All right, as long as we can get beyond this, that's what matters. I'm not too hung up on the fields. Okay. All right, so this is our Wagtail site. Manage Pi run server. To create super user, I just reset my DB. Briley, no email. Super user password for development. It's a very common one. Now, let's run. Reload. Login. Now, since I've reset my content once again, oh, there's nothing there. So let's create something. What the heck? Delete. Yes. No such table as store. Index page. Oh. Sorry about that. I didn't run the migrations. good to go. So read those a little bit more carefully. Alright, good. So nothing there. In the root, we'll add the home page. And we'll just get the welcome text from Western Friend website, so it's a bit familiar looking at it. Whoa, closing that. Come on. Publish. I say this each time I reset the content, but Wagtail's got a cool feature. Depending on how you look at it, it comes with multi-site capabilities out of the box. So you could host a group of blogs or departments from an organization, or all sorts of cool stuff there. Or you can just have a catch-all default site, which I do. So it's a little bit annoying when you have to reset the database and set that up, but other than that, it's okie dokie. Okay. Now essentially, when I go to, just gathering myself for a moment, I have this welcome page. So that's the site index page. There's a root page that can have multiple of these sort of site index pages, but since we have only one, it's the welcome page. And leave that form alone. We'll add a child page of this, which is magazine. So there we are. First problem crops up. The store index page is not available there. Cool, let's fix that. Store index page can be a sub page. Oh yeah, that's no problem. That's just because I did this. Now if I refresh, once those system checks are, there it is. Still there. Okay. Now if I view it live, we're going to see some yellow text. Just avert your eyes. Ouch. Let's create that template. I think we can probably just use an existing template. I'm just trying to think which one would be a good one. Simple one. Oh, I see what I did wrong. So you gotta create the templates directory, then put the store directory, which in this case is mirroring the app, the name of the app, because these all get combined. Alright, so if we refresh, then we're good to go. So it's looking for store index page, and all the templates need to be created under the templates directory in each respective app. So this should now work. Refresh. Oh goodness. Goodness me. Templates, store templates, store index page, save, whatever, dude, just do it again. Sometimes you gotta reset the server. I believe everything is working correctly, just the server didn't pick up the fact that I added a new folder. Sometimes that's a little bit slow to do that. Cool, alright, we're good to go. When there's an existing folder and files change therein, I think it can pick those up, but it doesn't check for that level of file system change. All right, and then we can add a link there on the menu, which is getting overcrowded. I have to figure out how to break this out. You know, if we want to probably a taller header like that with the menu underneath it or something like that. Pretty soon, change the font size might work. Make this search smaller? I don't know. I don't want to be too fancy. Login and register as a unified button. It could work. Oh, but I'm already logged in. All right. So we're going to have to repeat this process where basically we have copy and paste that. Well, let's see how do we do it. Several product and category index pages that will need templates even though we might not ever display those. So now we have the store page. Let's add a child page. Okay, there we go. Category and product index. Categories. Categories. And products. Alright. So now that we've created all the page subtypes that are allowed under store, and they can only have one instance of each, as you see from this max count argument. If I click add child, there's nothing there. I can't create anything. In my opinion, I should probably not even be displaying. Now if we go one level down, or if I view live, we get that same error. I don't know that I don't know if I need these right yet, but if I add a child page here, it knows it's a product. Oh, but I have to actually first create product category, because if I'm just showing you, I don't have any categories created yet. So leave page, add child page, it knows it's a category, book, publish. So go back to the store, add child page product. And we're going to just add a book, faith and practice. Save image as. Pictures. Western Friend. North Pacific Yearly Meeting. Faith and practice. We'll give it a title. We'll give it a description. We'll give it a category of book. We'll give it a price, $18. And put that decimal point in there. Oh, cool. 18. I guess it doesn't need it since it's $18 even, but I'll put that 1801. Just because it is available, and we want an image from the Western Friend Library, North Pacific Yearly Meeting, Faith and Practice cover. There we go. Wagtail does all of this for free. Basically, by using Wagtail, it handles all this stuff, generating the form, selecting the correct field based on the content type. I think Django does that too, but anyway, this is all done in, I think, React, and image handling, image chooser modal, all that provided by Wagtail. Really remarkable. If you're wanting to get started with web development, particularly interested in Python, Django, Wagtail is a really quick way of doing it. It does a lot of the underlying Django stuff on your behalf. So I created this. Let's see the yellow error screen, and basically what it's doing here, I could be more explicit about this. It's looking for a template that matches the name of the model with using an underscore. You can actually define the template name in the model definition, but by convention it'll just use the model name. So here's product, and I'm just going to use scaffolding here. Let me think, where did I use the image? That was under the magazine issue. So let's take a look at the magazine templates in the magazine. Full issue. Here we are. So I need the Wagtail image tags. then template. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop this body class thing. I'm not ever really using it. Then we want to display that image. So the image tag is provided by the Wagtail core image tags. And so everything starts at page, the generic name of this reference is page. We called it image, I think. So let's see just with this, what's going on. Not that. This. There we go. Yeah, it handles it. It scales the image for you. Everything behind the scenes didn't have to do implement any of those details. Just get a little more tea. Drinking non-caffeinated tea at this time of night. It's just after 9 o'clock here. And I think the other field was the rich text field, which is page.description. And you have to kind of pipe that, here's the pipe, to rich text so that it sanitizes things, even though it's from a trusted source. So then you can see how everything, even the routing, was handled for us by virtue of using this page hierarchy. So let me hop back through here. So we got the welcome page, which is essentially / because I said that is the site root. Wrong button. This is the GitHub issue I'm working on. If anyone wants to follow along with the code, the progress of the development, and check out the source code, it's on GitHub westernfriend/WF website. So the welcome pages / and then you got store, which each segment, it uses the title field and slugifies it. And then we got products. And then faith and practice, more specific yearly meeting. Again, all just the slugified page title. All handled by Wagtail without any wiring done by me. So it's really appreciated, particularly if your project's involving content management, like blogging or publishing platform. Wagtail's a really solid way to start. We need the price, don't we? And later on we will do an add to cart form and things like that. But right now I'm just going to get the basic. Is that price? Yeah. These are all in dollars, so hard code. $sign. Alright, so everything else, it's pretty much wrapped in paragraph tags because I pasted it into a rich text. The rich text editor as a div, but it internally creates the paragraphs. So header one's block element, these paragraphs are pasted text. Image, I thought was a block element, but for some reason the price didn't behave like that. I guess because it was a span or something at that point without any tags, so we're just adding it to paragraph. Let's go ahead and hop back over to the store indexing. What we're going to want to do is list a few products. So if I go to store and I say view live, we don't have anything here. If you recall, we're going to need a block similar to this. So I'll just grab that while I'm here. I'm just thinking a little bit ahead. I might have a category sidebar over here. Could be cool. I don't know. Depends if we have more than one category. But let's start with just the products. So we get the store index page. In the block content, I think there was a store intro. Text. There was a rich text field. I'll show you the difference between not doing rich text and doing rich text. When you don't do rich text, it just displays the raw HTML. when you do the rich text, it'll let you render whatever HTML as actual. It won't escape it, basically. So we've got a page intro, and then we're going to get some products here. Page products. So if there's some products for product and products, and we're going to create links to each one. And if I just put product, it'll automatically use the string method. So I think we're good there. We'll change the markup in a moment. So if there's some products else, no products available. Oops, gosh dang it. P. Oops. Dang it. I wish I could just get my... Come on, shift key. There we go. HTML tags to autocomplete. If I switch over here to just HTML, this might be the way to go. Then I can just do this, and Emmet does it for me. But when I'm in Django tag mode, Django HTML, and I hit P tab, it starts auto-completing. That's a little annoying, but okay, so we should have no products available because we don't have any products. So let's go ahead and fill in. So I think I can close down this library model. We've done what we need there, and I've got this get context argument that's really not doing anything in the store next page. Totally not Sybil. Hey, Sebastian, what's up? Welcome. Long time, bud. I'm streaming a little bit earlier, I think, so you can... That means you don't have to stay up past reasonable hours to see me bumble in some code. Okay, apologize if my bandwidth is acting up. I'm not sure if it is, but it has been over the weekend. Alright, so we got no products available, so let's go ahead and get some products. So for the contexts, let's get a few products, or all the products more or less, equals, so already here, products, objects, all of those. Give me all the products and refresh now. Ooh, hadn't done its job yet. Alright, product is not defined. Product objects all. Singular. Model names are singular. Okay. Product options. So I got product. Come on. Store index page. Yep, still the Quaker site, Sebastian. This is a big project. We were hoping to have it done by July. And I'm going on holiday in July and actually going to visit this community, Western Friend community in California. And looks more like we're going to get the project done around September. Kind of nights and evenings work, but it's a really big, project. You know, we've got online magazine with subscriber model and, you know, subscriber only issues and then public issues. You know, we've got this bookstore I'm working through. We have the multimedia library with faceted search, community directory with different types of community entities, organizations with a hierarchical structure and contact information, memorial minutes, you know, generic pages, contact forms. There's a whole slew of things this website's doing, and Drupal gave us a lot of tools to do those through the UI. But this website has been like a 4 or 5 year project in Drupal, and now we're porting it over to Wagtail in 4 or 5 months, probably closer to 9 months. But anyway, just to put it in scale, put it in perspective. Big stuff, but we did get quite a lot of progress since you've last seen it. I'll show you the Heroku app version of it because it's got some actual content, and it's asleep right now because Heroku goes to sleep. And right now, just since you joined, I'm using this book, Django 2 by example, to build out the e-commerce part of the shop, part of the platform. It's got 3 chapters on e-commerce. Pretty good approach that it takes. Things are manually coded. It's not using the Oscar framework. But yeah, here you can see. If I actually didn't want to do that. Let me go here real quick. Fix this media item, but this page. If I fix the image, every time Heroku goes to sleep or something, like the media gets reset. I don't know why. Or maybe every time I publish, changes to master. But here's just basically a quick spin through it. We got the magazine that has multiple issues and archive issues, and issues have, articles, and articles have tags, and departments and authors have pages, and library items have these facets, and I don't have a facet page apparently. There it is. Video library items. This library now has a working faceted search. So that's cool. That's a new addition. We've got a site-wide search, new addition, that searches everything, events, and all that good stuff. The community page is pretty fully fleshed out. Again, the media got reset, but created some generic bootstrap-based stream field objects to let the editor take the layout into their own hands. Got a hierarchical content model. I mean, coming along pretty good. I think we're like 60% away. 60% done. Yeah, it's Bootstrap, so it's as responsive as Bootstrap is, and there are some edge cases where stuff doesn't look good. You can see this navigation menu starting to get scrunched. If I log out, it starts to get a little janky. But we'll improve it over time. So that's where we're at. I'm just trying to keep things simple and build it out. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I say 60%, but I don't know how much of a struggle some things turn out to be. You can't be confident. Estimation is difficult. All right, so we got the store page, but no products are available. Let me just take this index. What's going on here? Save that. What's the difference? Oh, I hadn't saved the context. Maybe that's the case. Nope, no products are available. Context products. Page products. I think that the the page doesn't actually have a product attribute. The context does. So that's probably what I'm doing wrong here. There we go. Yeah, and this stuff does, by default, Wagtail handles making the URL for you and stringifying the title. So what we can do now is just create a little card for each product, I think. So it's not going to be an unordered list. What have you been up to, Sebastian? What are you working on, or what's new with you? How's your family? Okay, so what are we going to do here? I need the card markup from library. 6 teeth. Your baby's got 6 teeth. That's a milestone. Cool. It's a she, right? Is it a? I'm forgetting. Is she chewing on your finger and stuff? Is it a boy or girl? I can't remember. 2 sons. Okay, cool. Yeah, the small son has 6 teeth. And I remember when my son was a baby, he used to chew on my finger. So let's see. Actually, I did went to the library. The library. Index page. Just grab that. Grab this. This is fine. Chewing on the finger. Just gonna H2, H3, product. We don't need authors. Product description, rich text. Where's the pipe? And then there's a Django tag, trunk. Chunky words HTML. Dang it, wrong button. Didn't mean to save it. Truncate words HTML 30. That'll just keep us from snipping off any HTML blocks. Refreshing the page, got some good errors. Could have a semicolon there. Dag nabbit. Specific page. No, these are products. These are products and product all. Dang it. I think something's gone wrong. My indentation's awry. This is a built-in. Control C. Control V. It's a built-in. Well, let me try it without that built-in. See what's going on. Okay, let's just try it without that. Not F5. This has been the problem all along. Here we go. Yeah, and wrong field. That field wasn't in context. It was from a different even model. So here we go. Just copy and paste error. Cool. Yeah, sorry for the mix-up about your son. I have a hard time keeping track of things. It's been a while since we've talked. It's been few months, I think, too. So what are we doing? Have you been able to do much extracurricular development stuff or other hobbies? I know family can be quite, a lot of responsibility. That's for sure. Alright, so let's see if I just add the price back down here. The CrowdEducate server was shut off, so I ported it. It says Sebastian. Oh no! So what's up with Amir? Is it, what did you port it to? You just created a new server, or what's going on with that? Product. To your own domain. Okay, cool. Product, what am I trying to do? Prize. There we go. So, I'm add a paragraph tag. Price. $, because these are all in dollar, although we might introduce something. Again, this is a minimal e-commerce thingamabob. It's not going to do currency conversions or any kind of calculations of tax or shipping or nothing like that. We agreed with Mary that just keep it really, really simple and bare bones. And hopefully we'll get it done. So yeah, Sebastian and I collaborated on this CrowdEducate project several years ago, and having troubles tracking down the founder of that project, Amir, and then the company I was working for was doing a lot of soul searching, I would say, just for lack of a better word, trying to figure out product and purpose, and ended up pivoting to an entirely different. This is around CrowdEducate is democratize education, enjoy education. It's around peer learning and co-creation of educational resources, open educational resources. Has a lot of spirit to this project, and the company I was working with, we're looking into pretty heavily open educational resource development here in Finland, and then pivoted all to another sector. We stayed with the open source development, but created an API management and monetization platform. And yeah, I was unfortunate because I think CrowdEducate's a really cool project. But yeah, that's how I learned a lot about Meteor. So it's good that, Sebastian, that you got it. It's still running. Ooh, user voice. Oh, okay, because, yes, right. You're using this, yeah. Man, yeah, I want to see this project succeed. You still have, Sebastian, kind of admin rights on the CrowdEducate repository, or CrowdEducate Next, or whatever. I'm trying to even remember the status of that. All right, so this works. This is working now. Price 1801. Yeah, I still should. I'm still a member of the CrowdEducate organization. Yeah. So if you need some help on the repo, I can do some minor maintenance and administrative tasks. I probably don't have the bandwidth right now to take on much more development outside of this Western Friend project in my company that we co-created here, Jerry Life. So this is actually a good point to commit some stuff, I believe. Let me make sure. Just trying to think. Okay, so let's go ahead and just commit the models. Wait a minute. That's the wrong one. Store. I'm going to go full screen with this so we can do the diff, side-by-side diff. So this is just all of the store models. Well, that's cool. Sebastian, have you been, so it sounds like you're just in sort of a, it's not even a maintenance mode, you're kind of like applying CPR to that project, trying to resuscitate mode. Sebastian says, right now I'm learning a lot about prioritization. Yes, aren't we all? Me too. Tell me about it. What are some of your priorities you got? I know families really high up there. Can't be everywhere at once. Yeah, I've tried that so many times to be everything for everyone. Is my debugger still running? What happened to this one? That one's still running. Had to really focus down. Sebastian says, I'm preparing for my next AWS exam. Okay, getting certified. What have you, sounds like if it's your next one, you've already done one exam. What have you tested for already? So I got a product page, base pie. Oh yeah, add store. Sebastian says, yeah, I'm a certified solution architect associate. Okay, cool. So that means solution architect. You're able to, they make these really elaborate AWS diagrams where you put, say, this is a SageMaker, and this is a Lambda service, and this is a SQS. Plan out architectures on AWS. Yeah, I've seen some of those diagrams. They're very quite complicated, I guess. But yeah, okay. So you've got your mind around the big picture parts. What's the next exam you're gonna take? So what we're gonna commit here? Looking to take the developer one, Sebastian says. Okay, cool. So like Lambda developer, or what's the focus of that one? Okay, let's go ahead and push these changes to GitHub. And for those of you following along at home, 117. We got a PR. Whereas my friend Conrad puts it, PRs. Open a PRs. With those few commits. But that way we can track the work. Good stuff. Okay. Now, the blue dot always pulls me like a super gravity. I'm curious. Curiosity has the best of me. But I will resist the blue dot. Sebastian says, well, it's more geared towards software developers learning to leverage AWS services and SDK. Okay, cool. Yeah, the company where I work at, Mass Global, we are using AWS extensively. We are using Lambda architecture, AWS Lambda, for some micro, nano, pico framework functions as a service for most of our backend stuff. And I created like an internal tool project using Vue.js and some Python Lambda functions. And I got to use a cool SDK, Lightning AWS, that I can't remember the name of it. Hey, what's up, Deeker Game? Hi, how are you? I love Python. I watch you from Italy, so sorry for my bad English. If I don't understand something, thank you. Hey, well, welcome. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name all butchering it or all poorly. D. Acre Game. What kind of projects are you working on, D. Acre Game? Or if I can just call you D, I think that'll make it easier for me right now. I'm just going to look up this throwing some keywords here, so if I can find this. Open source. Maybe that would be one. It's got a Cognito. Dagnabbit. It's got React and Vue. AWS Amplify. It's not quite probably the SDK you were talking about, Sebastian, but I did use this one. AWS Amplify. Yeah, thanks, Sebastian knew it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it led to like 14 or 15 meg bundle size. I don't know. Because Vue's pretty light, and my little internal tool has like 5 routes, 3 to 5 routes, like nothing sophisticated. But it was weird. I don't know what I did wrong. Maybe I didn't minify it properly. And maybe now you can like check the boxes on the stuff you want. All I was using it for was this authentication with Cognito. Okay, let's proceed with the Django. Alright, so we got product and we got categories. So if I just view the products, this will work, right? Because that's not the button. View live. I don't know. I think I decided not to do the categories index and individual category pages. We'll leave those for a moment and continue the tutorial series. It's been an hour and a half. I'll see if I can get a little bit more progress today, because I'm really glad to have Sebastian hanging out. We haven't got to hang out in a long time, so I'm going to just stick around for a while. So it looks like the next part in the book, and again, D. Eckerman, D. I'm using this book, Django 2 by example. I got permission from Pact. It's basically, whenever you use one of their books, you're allowed to use the code in it as long as you don't copy it verbatim. But anyway, I wrote him an email to make sure. This is a really great book, though. Highly recommend it. It's got a lot of recipes, even an e-learning platform. Sebastian. Hint, hint. Maybe. Crowducate. Next. Sebastian says, ciao, Ecker game. Pactuate. Yeah. Nice. Pactucate. You said Pactucate. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going through this Pact book. Got the migrations for the shop, got image handling, catalog models on the admin site. Everything is looking good. Our admin is in place. I guess a fun thing to do is to create this menu. So let's go ahead and do that. The book is not doing anything Wagtail at all, so I'm really just kind of thinking in parallel with the book, but applying the Wagtail way of things, which corresponds to the Django way, but Django admin is not for regular users, whereas this Wagtail UI is. That's one of the really cool things. So let me just take a look at facets, for example, how I define this menu item, and it's basically what's called Wagtail hooks file, and you do some imports. We're going to, similar to the Django admin, you register model admins, and then you can group them together, so you have this top level menu that groups together some, and then you have to finally you'll register the model. So we'll need all 3 of these. That Cyber Guy Rich says, I took an AWS developer class, in-class training course for work, and it was super. Did a lot of work with SNS, but would have liked to cover Lambdas more. Sebastian says, yeah, Lambdas are awesome. It's a pretty cool way of doing things. I'm hoping that a sort of like a high-level framework emerges on top of the AWS stuff in Lambda. I know there's serverless framework, but to me that's more like an orchestration, kind of deployment helper. But it doesn't really do anything. Like when I say framework, I'm saying something like Django level stuff where it's got so many batteries included. And then Cyber Guy Rich says, I've seen examples where people have used Lambdas to reduce their running costs. Sebastian says, have you seen AWS? Sam, are you asking me that, Sebastian, or Rich? SAM, AWS Sam. What is AWS serverless application model? Serverless application model. Well, what is it? Sebastian, you should teach me. Oh, goodness. Serverless is a combination of Lambda functions, event sources, and other resources that put together to perform tasks. Note that a serverless application is more than just a Lambda function. It can include additional resources such as APIs, databases, and event source mappings. It's got built-in best practices, kind of like Django, yeah. Extensions of AWS CloudFormation, so it's like declarative, reliable deployment, single configuration, local debugging and testing. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I see the sort of senior developers, all the developers where I work, having to debug things, and after, you have to deploy the function to AWS and then send some mock data and make a call, and you can't run a debugger, and it's very fraught. It's really challenging, but this sounds like it. And has even AWS Visual Studio Code. I think part of the thing is we're using so many services. Cyber Guy Rich says, can't say I have, but we were very restricted as to what AWS tools we had access to internally. Deep integration with developer tools. No, thanks for, I hadn't, I'll have to read up on this AWS serverless application model. Thanks for sharing this, Sebastian. I'm pretty excited about Django, though, I gotta say. Kind of going back to the basics in a way, so to speak. Just keeping things with HTML, CSS, and some Python, and sprinkling in JavaScript as necessary, running everything locally, deploying it in a Docker image. Seems like for this project, it's a good fit. Sebastian says, sorry to keep hijacking your stream. No, part of the reason I do this stream is so that we can get off topic. So, because otherwise, I could just be sitting here coding myself, and it's not quite as fun. But this way, people get to see, some code in motion, and we get to talk about cool stuff. I would like it to be more social. Like when Sebastian and I kind of reunited, we found this cool platform called Code Buddies, where it's more social and egalitarian. In other words, the participants are all kind of like able to talk and stuff like that, whereas Twitch is more of like a broadcast medium. So I appreciate, that's why I try to say what people are typing and stuff. Like Cyber Guy Rich says, placing the client info on the public cloud instead of our internal one was mind-blowing for our risk department. Oh yeah, so Cyber Guy Rich, were you let's see, yeah, so you were putting it into a database like an RDS instance or something, your client info. Cyber Guy Rich, are you in European Union by chance? What are your takes on the kind of GDPR aspect of the privacy and client information? Okay, so we got a wagtail hooks. I gotta focus now. Focusing. What are we building? Store. New file, wagtail hooks. Pi. And I remembered I have that in my clipboard or whatever this whole time. So save that. So we don't need that. Why did I even use that? What was that? What is this used for? Control F. It's not used. Strange. Alright, so then basically you import your models. So in our case, we're going to create a top level menu item called store. We're going to import alphabetically. Category and product, both are singular, excuse me. And then we're basically going to create two model admins. category. And it uses this. Should have done my multi-cursor. Menu item. We'll have to think about that. And this one is called product. At this time of night, I start to lose focus. So, Sebastian, are you going through these AWS certifications on as part of your work? The company you're working at is using AWS stuff. Cyber Guy Rich says, "I am in the UK, so European Union, concerned about GDPR. I'm not as well versed in GDPR as I should be. Although I do agree GDPR has made a great move forward towards better consumer data rights, right to be forgotten, for example, but has been a major pain for businesses, both small and large, to implement correctly. Yeah, particularly if it's ambiguous, that can make it hard to implement correctly. All right, so I'm just going to copy and paste the rest of this stuff. So to lower my cognitive load, store group. Font Awesome. I have the Font Awesome 4 icons here. And Sebastian shared a helpful link. I won't open it on stream. It says GDPR for lazy block European users, Cloudflare workers. Okay, Cyber Guy Rich is now a follower. Thank you for following, Cyber Guy Rich. I don't know how to change that shark animation. I'll figure it out. Stream Elements does that. So yeah, that is a heavy hammer approach to GDPR compliance, Sebastian, to just block people from European Union. But I think you posted that to be humorous. But there are companies who are doing it, unfortunately. Money. So we need something, an icon about money. Like one of the examples was some news sites. Well, news sites are atrocious in terms of like just monetization strategies they've adopted over the last 5 years with going all in on these surveillance capitalism ad companies, and then GDPR comes along and kind of says, well, hey, this surveillance capitalism is not going to cut it in European Union. And so to see, I've gotten to the point where I've stopped clicking on most links on Hacker News or Reddit that go to almost any of these, even reputable news sources. But yeah, I've seen a couple of examples. I think LA Times or something, or some smaller California publisher just completely blocking European Union viewers. I think that's a pretty naive approach, rather than just kind of saying, hey, yeah, people don't like surveillance capitalism. It's actually illegal. It's, and by definition, it's unethical. Let's try to find another way forward here. So is there money? Money. Hey, that might be a good one. $1. FA money. So this is cool. This is where you write your menu configuration in a declarative manner. And we are just going to take the top two. One is category. And the other one is product. And we will register with Wagtail the store group. All right, now if I save and wait for that and I refresh, we now have a store with category and product. So let's pick some icons for category and product. This is a cool opportunity. If anyone would like to help me, there are so many Font Awesome icons. I'll send a link in chat. If you guys want to help, well, that's actually the. I need an icon for category and an icon for product. Products. Category and products. All right. first one to, I don't even know how it's going to make a competition, but first one to find a good one. That could be, or it can be pretty objective. Wins. I don't know what you win, but I don't have any things to give away right now. I should look at that. That'd be kind of fun. Bath. Bookmark is kind of like a category, but not really. Or even if there's a better icon for the store in general than the dollar bill. Because it's meaningful. It's, you know, it gives a nice touch. Not that I've picked the best icons here, but I think it makes things look nice. And if I could use different categories for these other ones. I could use credit card for the store. Okay. I don't know, I guess we are kind of going towards a cashless society. Let me see what that looks like, credit card. Although I think, no, yeah, I think these would all be credit card purchases. Store. E-commerce. Well, let's take a look. I think money's still symbolic. Okay. It's kind of funny. All right. Category and product. Category and product. Cyber Guy Rich says, there may be a business case to block by default, as we have seen done by a few websites. It'll cost X to make your website GDPR compliant. You have Y amount of users from the European Union generating ad revenue. If Y is minimal enough to mean your return on investment takes so many years, it would make business sense to me. But I agree, this isn't one size fits all yet. Makes sense, Rich. They can, you know, boil it down to a basic equation. Cost-benefit analysis. I think that line of reasoning tends to sidestep the fact that it's unethical, that they're engaging in an unethical practice, even though it might not be illegal in the United States or other jurisdictions. It's, I mean, arguably, law usually comes after, you know, people start to form a widespread ethic. Like if you look at the emergence of spam, what in the early 90s, you know, it was a clever idea, but as it started becoming abused more and more, then people started to realize that it was an improper behavior and an unethical one, that sending spam is unethical, and that formed the basis and the initiative to create laws like the Can Spam Act in the United States. And I think we're seeing the similar kind of realization that these surveillance capitalistic techniques of monetizing users, following them around, building extensive profiles, selling that behind the scenes, is unethical and now illegal. Welcome back, Sebastian. We are, Sebastian, looking for fun, awesome icons for product. I don't know if you already got this link. You don't have to help, but I need an icon for category and product. So product category and the product itself. It's pretty tricky. I don't have to spend too much time on it, but it would be nice just to have some kind of meaningful icon. Although product is pretty, catalog is pretty meta, and product is kind of meta as well. Maybe they have e-commerce ones. If I scroll down, accessibility, gender, file type, spinner, form control, payment, chart, currency. Well, actually, that could be a good one. I'm going to mute my mic real quick, just while I adjust my chair. All right, Cyber Guy Rich says, I completely agree with your kind of assessment of ethics and legality of surveillance capitalism. Unfortunately, business thrives on unethical conduct and always will. It will just come in new forms as years progress. Yeah, it's a pretty pessimistic view, but yeah, I can't argue with that. It's just, what if the dollar sign were? Anyway, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Good grief, I don't know what I'm going to use. What about this? Table header large. Directional. Ah, like there was this one tree, like a category, although we're not using trees. Video player, brand, medical. Well, dang, I've got to the bottom of the page now. What do I need? Tree? There's trees, but folder? Yeah, basically. Category is kind of like a folder. Boom, 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 boom. Where did I do? So then product hunt, cart. No, because we're gonna have orders. That's the next step. So gift. What about something like this for the products? Because that's generic. There's something inside. All right, it's halfway singing, halfway warbling. It wasn't really tempting to sing. So we got categories and products. I think the generic folder icon is too generic. Dang. Cyber Guy Rich, do you work on any projects in your spare time? Do you have any kind of ideas you're kicking around that you could talk about that aren't like proprietary or private? What about that? That's not too bad. Sebastian, did you exit again? Yeah, this is pretty good. Categories, products. Oh, Sebastian has a lot of background noise. Okay, cool. Cool. It is Germany, so always work, work, work. All right, so let's. I think this is pretty good. I think we're going to move on a little bit to store orders. We're at almost 2 hours. I believe I have some more energy here. What did I do there? Clean up. Unused import. That shouldn't break anything. I think it was a copy and paste. I do those. It's Germany. Wow, Sebastian, you're working pretty late though. I guess I'm working pretty late as well. But this is a side project. I got an excuse. Okay, let's see here. gonna open the book back up. Again, if you're just joining us, we're using Wagtail to build an online store for a nonprofit organization called Western Friend. And it's basically going to come out when we're done looking like this bookstore. We'll have a cart. You can add, you get prices, add items to the cart, and you'll have a checkout. This is all the working site, and Django and the Django Commerce package provided us with a lot of this. In Wagtail Wagtail and Django, we have to do a little bit more work. And so I'm using the book Django 2 by example, chapters 7, 8, and 9, and going through that. And rather than just doing everything verbatim with the book, I'm actually applying it into this Wagtail context, which is authorized. You're allowed to do that. Okay, so the next section of the book, I think we're on chapter 8, because we more or less have built the catalog view, and reverse URLs and all that kind of stuff. So Wagtail does that for us. It's pretty cool. Now the products view could do with some improvement. I think here actually, if I close these hooks, I'm going to display the image and figure out a way to template this. Templates. So we have the product template where we have this card. This is an opportunity at home for the viewers to kind of guide the project, but Wagtail. Get that image tags in there. So what the ding dong? Basically, let me get this so you see the template is not going to look very nice, but magazine, templates, magazine, issue card, Wagtail images tags, it's plural. That's right, Wagtail images tags. Okay, I was really close. Okay, now that I've imported the Wagtail images tags, I can actually use the Wagtail image tag. Just get this and see if I borrow the store index page for product and product, show that, put it here, see what it looks like. Okay, and then you can't just paste things and expect them to work, obviously. Product. Image. There we go. It's huge. Huh. It's like getting stretched. Because it's Wagtail is actually downsampling it. Oh, sorry, I missed some chat messages. That cyber guy Rich says, I don't have many projects to work on in my spare time. One is a honeypot. Oh, cool. I wanted to monitor Internet of Things based botnet activity, mainly Qbot and Mirai. It's pretty simple at the moment, but I have a few plans to advance it. The other project takes a bit more explaining. As it stands, a lot of new penetration testers are required to download and install a few pieces of kit to start learning in a safe environment. I wanted to remove the need to download anything and simply work through your browser. As it stands, this is using Apache Guacamole to RDP into a dynamically deployed AWS environment. That's pretty cool. Guacamole, I like guacamole. Sounds interesting. Is that open source stuff? You got a repo? I will link to it. I will show it on the stream. Okay. Why is Bootstrap, or why is my browser here displaying this image so large when it is being scaled down? So that part is working. I think it's because of these classes. Yeah, there we go. So anybody that likes to do design, I would be open to ideas on a simple product layout. This is not going to be the final design. It's pretty crappy looking. But I don't know of another way to do it. Well, that Cyber Garbage says, unfortunately no public repo at the moment. Not in a state I wish to show the public. Okay, so we got some good product cards here. Images are broken. So one approach might be, okay, so I'm done with Font Awesome. What do we do here in the bookstore? Got a title, an image to the left. Basically what I did here. Alright, so let me just look up. So there's a Bootstrap helper for Bootstrap 4. Not bad. Margin right is maybe a little bit tight, so let's go ahead and space that out. And I guess we can make it maybe 150 max. Yeah, I can live with that. It's primarily a bookstore here. Well, that's cool. What's Apache Guacamole? Let me take a look at that. I mean, I just like guacamole, but of course I like Apache too. So Apache Guacamole is a clientless remote desktop gateway. Clientless, so like it runs in the browser. All right. It supports standard protocols like VNC, RDP, and SSH. Whoa, that is cool. We call it clientless because no plugins or client software required, thanks to HTML5. Once Guacamole is installed on a server, all you need to access your desktops is a web browser. Very cool. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of reify my knowledge just of plain old web standards, HTML, CSS, and the browser native APIs. I think there's a lot that can be done with those. We tend to kind of gloss over them or jump into these really elaborate and nice, like elegant frameworks like Vue.js or things like that. And clearly I'm just using Bootstrap framework, so I'm kind of demonstrating that I'm not really writing my own CSS, but in any case, it works and it's a pretty quick return way to get things done. Okay, cool. So we got the product template improved. Let's try to get another feature in here. One more feature. I believe that's going to be the orders. Next section. So now we're on chapter 8, building a shopping cart of the book Django 2 by example. Chapter 7. No. Wait. Oh. Chapter 7, subsection 2. That's where we are. Good grief. So we'll build a shopping cart, and then I'll probably cut it off at that point and continue, because this is at 2 hours right now, and register customer orders. And again, I'll stress that I'm not just doing this verbatim. I'm not plagiarizing this. We are heading in the parallel direction, but with modifications that are specific to this project. Building a shopping cart. So using Django sessions is the way you do it. And we're going to create a session called cart. And sessions is just a dictionary that Django provides. Cyber Guy Rich says, nothing wrong with Bootstrap. We were stuck with it in my old employer due to restrictions as to what tools and code could be used internally. Okay, sounds like that old employer was kind of strict about things. Is that the same old employer that had restrictions about, or they were surprised about client data, maybe? No, different employer. Okay, so we're going to use the default Django session, which I believe is database session. We will, in the book, it's telling me to store the shopping cart in sessions. So we'll go to edit settings.py and tell Django the name of our session. We're going to create a global variable here. Under settings base.py, cart session ID. I believe we're doing this so it can be shared somehow. So we'll figure it out. Settings.py. So there we go. Notice I got Django Heroku in here, and SQLite 3. I should start using Postgres soon in the development process, but right now I'm just still using SQLite. But we're having some specific problems relating to site-wide search that Postgres will resolve. Okay, so once you got that, we're going to start an app called cart. Okay, so the store and the cart are different apps. That's interesting. All right. I can deal. We'll add it to our installed apps. Let me just commit that change to the settings. Well, add cart. Yeah, they're both doing the same thing. So open that. Okay. Okay, and then, oh my goodness. Oh, chat pause due to scroll. Same employer, JP Morgan, says Cyber Guy Rich. Sebastian, are you still around, or are you still in a noisy environment, or did you leave without saying goodbye? Man. All right, so we got that cart app. Whoops. Save that. Stage. Actually, I should do the scaffolding first. Okay, so let me just close some stuff so I can focus. We don't need all the files. We don't need, well, we might actually in this case need to manually define these views. Not going to need the admin though. I'll leave the rest of it. Migrations. Basically, and I'll include the changes to the settings. Cool. All right, so we got this session. Now this is, I'm going to just heavily copy this code I've read through it several times. And I think this is a legitimate level of plagiarism. It's not quite plagiarism. I will give attribution in our README. I think this is transformative as well. It's falling under fair use, and it's proportional to the entire book, very small. And I have an email confirming that it's okay that I do this, so I don't feel bad about it. Where am I at? New app called Cart. Inside of the cart, we'll make just a file called cart.py. And let's get some imports. So our carts and our prices are using decimal objects, so we don't get rounding errors. This settings is going to have our cart session in there, and our store model has a product. So the cart can inherit from object. It's got an initializer that takes in the request, grabs the session from the request, it stores it in itself. It's a necessary step so that other methods inside this cart can access the session and modify it. Then it grabs the cart session ID from the settings, so we did that. And if there isn't one, it creates it. Wait a minute. What? I don't like that. Huh. This. Oh crap. So I'm already had to. This is literally out of the book. Save an empty cart in this session, in the self session. So we're going to get an empty object. That won't work anymore, will it? I just think that was a little bit too much of a... I don't know, it's not Pythonic, basically. Multiple assignments. It was like Guido kind of resigned after that controversy surrounding, I can't even remember, right? So what's a better way of handling this? So this is never going to be not, because an empty object is truthy. This is never going to be. So if cart, I don't know if this will work. There's one way to test it. So this is passed by reference. That's truthy. All right, so if it's just an empty object, an empty dict, falsy. I think that's a little cleaner, a little bit more Pythonic. Alright. It looks like my stream is cutting out every once in a while. Sorry about my bandwidth, I can't control it. So essentially, we're going to check. We're going to store the session itself. We're going to get the cart. This is fine. Or empty object. If the cart's empty object, then we're going to store that. If there's a cleaner way of doing all this, I'd be glad to hear it. And then we're going to set the cart itself so we can do something with it later. Alright, sounds good. So it looks like every once in a while my bandwidth drops to like 0. I'm on a 4G network. I can't. I have DSL, but I think it comes in the back hall is like 4G. This is the cart that allows us to manage a shopping cart. So now we're going to define a couple more methods, which I'll pretty much again be verbatim and override things that just don't seem Pythonic. So we're adding something to a cart. You get a product in default quantity of 1. And this update quantity lets you update quantity, for example, from the cart page. So these are coming in as JSON. So I guess this can be numeric product ID. It'll be serialized as JSON. The cart is stored as JSON, so you have to stringify it. All right. So if the product's not in there, you have to stringify everything. Product ID. Oops. I don't know that it matters, but we're using double quotes on everything, so. Reject to run. I don't want to run it. Okay, so if it's not there, basically we add it there. For some reason it's 0. I think this should almost just be quantity, but I see. We started at 0, so we can either. Well, if it's not in there, then you're adding it, right? So you'd be adding the quantity of that as well. So to update quantity, it's going to override it. Otherwise, it's going to increment it. I'll leave those, I guess. In which case, then I can see why you have to initialize it as 0. Okay. I don't know enough about how this code is working on a high level to see if there's ways I can optimize or like make it a little fewer lines, a little more readable. So I'll have to just stick with the implementations. So the save method just does what it says here. Alright, and then there's a remove method. Then you want to be able to iterate over items in the cart. Get the products from the database. These are so you can display them back in the UI, iterate over them in the template. The cart values. Okay, so because each key is a product ID, but each value is the product object. Or at least has some attributes of that. Okay, so we're putting the whole product there, as well as the price and total price. All right. I'm not sure really how this is working. It's kind of confusing. And let me just, in the final one, we want to see how many items are in the cart, so we need a length method. This I'll use a placeholder. Quantity for item and values. So for each of these items, we're going to get the quantity. And we're going to sum the item quantities. All right, there we go. A little bit cleaner. I'm really thinking I can work this code a little bit over because it's just confusing to read. I've read this chapter a few times and it seemed pretty straightforward. If I can check what's inside this product, that product should have a price in there already. Cart values. I'll take a look at it a little bit and see what we can do with it, but for now I'm just going to keep on keeping on. Define, get the total value. Got 2 viewers, so looks like Sebastian might have gone bye-bye. So it takes an iterable, which a list is an iterable. Get total price and clear. You can clear out the cart. And I just asked if they would, or I should have asked if they would have posted up the source code on GitHub or something. Because these are 30 lines, about 100 lines of code where I've done almost no modification, straight from the book, aside from putting them all together in one file and not including all of the book text. But okay, I will give attribution in the README. I did ask permission. Django 2 by example. Oh. Don't hack the browser back. Cool. Yeah, because this is a really important feature. Anyway, I'll think about optimizing later. So we got length, iterator, remove, save, add, and initialize, clear, get total price. I'll move these cart specific ones so they're all clustered together. And then these Python API operator overloaders or whatever, put them at the bottom. Alright, so creating shopping cart views. Okay. Yeah, because I don't really know a way to go forward here without just verbosely copying the content out of this, or verbatim, sorry, copying the content out of this book verbatim to make it work. Maybe I won't commit it until I've copied it, tested it to work, and then I'll think about how to make it more unique to this project, because essentially the 3 chapters I'm reading, they're defining 3 Django apps, and the guideline is that, you know, for fair use you should make changes to the work, use an insignificant portion of the overall work, which arguably the code snippets in the book they're essential to it, but it's probably about 30% of the book text is the code. If they would just have released this code as open source on GitHub, it would make sort of really all my concerns vanish. In any case, that's where we're at. I just need to get something going on. So, forms.py. So on ours, I don't want to actually have a preset. choices. Alright, so we get that. Basically what's going on here, we're setting the quantity. I'm going to set it an integer. And behind the scenes, this tells whether or not we're updating the cart, mainly used for the cart display form, so you can change the quantities. Now we're going to create some views. And quite a few of these imports. We're going to get a product ID and then the post body, so we're going to take that request and sort of instantiate it. I'm going to try to validate the form. So for this, we're going to have a hard to find view. And since for the cart app, it's called cart detail. So we got some variables and then a verb to do an action and then return. Okay, so it does that too. I don't know if there's a keyboard shortcut to switch single quotes to double quotes. Then we're going to go into our main settings. Our main URL definitions, and we'll add the cart. Path cart, so we'll do these sort of alphabetically, freeze. And it's just going to include the cart URLs and the namespace cart. I wonder if I could shorten some of those URLs since they already have that namespace, like cart remove, cart add. Just try to remember those. And these redirect to cart detail. And then the templates. All right, so the cart detail, cart, templates. Detail.html. And they even have a copy button like on the book, so it's like you're supposed to use this code in projects. I don't know how else you would, or why you would buy a book if you couldn't actually use it in products. And again, I'm not trying to plagiarize. I'm just thinking about this aloud. And most of this project has been totally sort of organic development, but we do need to store, and I have a kind of tight deadlines. And this book is really well written. And I will change the code, I hope, just significantly enough so I don't have to kind of feel bad. I don't really feel bad though. I don't know what the word is. Okay. All right, so then this is going to be an easy one because these products are Wagtail URLs, so. And yep, I gave attribution here, so that's cool. Basically, for my Wagtail page model, you go page URL and then product. So you don't use this get absolute URL from the model. If product image, and then again, I'll basically be using this code from the product, or the store product template. So let's go store product. Dang it. So I need these Wagtail core tags. Okay, so using with, and this is a Wagtail template helper, so I gotta change that. There we go. I believe the image was required field, so I think I can just simplify this. and product title, then item quantity, let's make this a little more readable. Oops, I don't know actually if I'm helping or not, but there we go. In this case, now the href's not too bad. How many columns? 67. Cart remove. Product ID. I'm not sure where this number class is coming, if that's something in Bootstrap. I think this book adds Bootstrap. We'll find out. Price, total price for the item. And with total, call span 4. And this is a tricky one. I have to hard code this for now. Or just take it out. Now, I like this because we're getting into territory where I'm able to adapt it to our specific project, so I'm not just verbatim copying the text. I will work through these views, and particularly the cart pie. I'll try to make some significant changes so it's not just straight out of the book, but for the most part, this code is pretty straightforward, and it's pretty well thought out. I think, I'm just going to have to get over the straight from the book part of it. I did make a little bit of a minor change. Alright, so we've got our form. Now we need to, so we've got the add to cart button. Now we need to add an add to cart button on the product detail page. Edit the page, views.py file on the shop application, and add the cart add product form. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be in the context of Wagtail, so I feel good about this one. So for Wagtail, we actually now have store templates product. Now what do we on the product detail page? In other words, I'm going to edit the store index page, the product index page. It's a little tricky. And this comes out of the models. So when we're looking at each of the products, we're going to need to figure that one out in a minute. But if I'm looking at a specific product, so I'll first import this. From cart forms, import cart add product form. And then looking at a specific product, we're going to override the context. So define get context. What are the arguments there? How to do that? Let me just paste this in real quick. Make sure I got my syntax correct. Yeah, I'll just go for all that. Okay, so essentially we're going to return render product cart product forms. So the way you set context in Wagtail is a little different than the way you would do it in a function-based view. So it just wants us to pass that in there. Now we can edit the shop HTML. So in other words, the product HTML, product detail. Cart, add, product ID, method, post, CSRF usually goes to the top. I don't know. Yeah, add to cart's pretty conventional. I believe if I view a product, now running the site, we should see something at this point. Store products. Well, products. Okay, and a little bit of an error. Reverse for add with arguments not found. So it's either the arguments are empty. There we go. Now I got a quantity field. So we're in the context of Wagtail, so I just have to be really careful. Wagtail, we weren't actually we're displaying a product, but it's inheriting from the class page, and it has an ID, but in this context, it's called page by default. This is not very bootstrappy. Primer, I think. Primary colors. Yeah, and then I want that to be a form input. So let's go ahead and take a quick aside and do Django crispy forms. Forms have never been this crispy. Crispy forms, I think they're for Bootstrap 4. Good. Alpha support for Twitter Bootstrap version 4, which is still in alpha. Uniforms. What does it look like? Well, in any case. So we're going to either I'll create those form fields myself with Bootstrap markup, which is not bad, or I'll install this template pack, crispy forms. wish it wasn't alpha. How recently is this updated? May 6th. Because really it's just, how complicated is this? It's a label, an integer field. The key thing is we need it to have the same name. So I think I'll just code these by doing, oh, but there's also that. Let's see. So just take a look at the Bootstrap forms, just check these labels. I should be adding ARIA roles too. I've been watching some really nice tutorials on accessibility. So we got a form group around that. And really want to start, again, not only just learning proper web platform stuff, like APIs, but also focusing on accessibility and things like that. Label for, because I think there's so much good work that's been put into the web platform, and you know, this tendency to do everything in JavaScript and kind of discard the work of web platform authors, or think it's like, I don't know, naive or antiquated. I think it's really a missed opportunity. So let's take a look what we got here. Class form control. Opportunity to build on these legacy and the work of all these people, and all the basically the knowledge and expertise and wisdom that's been encoded into this work. Okay, so we got a couple of form fields. This is going to be update. Now I wonder if the ID, if this name, no, the name is what is going to get passed into Django. It's going to map the name to the field. Form field, submit. And this needs to be an input to the form, so it actually triggers the post event. All right, let me see if okay, I got too many tabs open. I've given attribution to this book several times, Django 2 by example. Packed publishing is getting a lot better. The quality is going up. So yeah, I'm really enjoying that. Not using crispy forms here. I don't need so many instances open. Let's see what this looks like. Oh boy, form inline. I think I also need form inline. Okay. Not bad. Why is it so tight though, and why is it not looking like this? So I'm inside a form group. There's the ARIA tag. In this case, I probably don't need it, but anyway. So I'm in a form. I got a form group with a label. And an input. And a hidden input. Alright, let's see how this looks. Basically the same. I'll just go ahead and add a little bit of a margin, call it a day. Margin left equals 2. Push that button away. And I guess then the maybe it should have a default value. I think it's just value, basically. Input number. Alright, so then we got an error in our callback. We're trying to redirect to shop base HTML. The template doesn't exist. So we should be going to store index page. Let me find out why this redirect is not working. The detail view. I think the cart actually was supposed to redirect to the cart detail. So when I add something, let me double check this method. The form action, oh, okay. I closed the template. URL, okay, here's the problem. No, that's looking correct. So it's cart add, just a cart add. That's the deal. Just extending the base HTML instead of shop. There we go. Alright, getting closer. Now, go back to this store. Product. It could be that since I couldn't find the template, the post request was failing, so now we'll try it. Alright, so there's a problem there. I need to figure out how to debug this session. So it's hitting this view. This form is working good. I'm going to close that. Cart, I'll come back to that and try to refactor that so it's a little more unique. It's getting into this view, right? Right there. At this point, I'm going to run the debugger. So F5 it up. Exception is created module not found error. So yeah. One thing is I've got to open the terminal so it activates the virtual environment. Then I can run the debugger. No. Module not found error. Store. Models import product. Whatever, dude. Yeah, it stores a module. Alright, so let's take a look at the product. What I think is going on, yeah, there's an indication. Since we're using the Wagtail model, page model, it's giving me the stringified view of the product. Good. I think this is where I can start to deviate from the book code and into Wagtail specific territory. We're at 3 hours, but I feel like a good head of steam here. If I work through these views, I think it'll be a really good stopping point, and then we can work on the payments after that another day. I just need a little bit of a break. It's been 3 hours, so I'm gonna just get a pot of tea and powder my nose, and I'll be right back. About 5-minute break, something like that. Thanks to the viewers who are still with me, and those who have also joined the session earlier. I'll be back in just a few. All right, thanks for your patience. Got some goa chai, a little bit of caffeine in it, but I'm kind of wanting to power through this. Might take 30 minutes or an hour. We're pretty close though. Okay, so getting this product object, but of course when I print it out, it's going to stringify it. This is where I just need a dang debugger. Why didn't my debugger work? It's throwing some strange errors about not being able to import product from the store models. Let me try one more time. Check the debugger configuration. Python, because it's running from the current file, but what we need to run is a Django. That was why. Alright, cool. There we go. Alright, so let's set the debugger here. Somewhere, that's fine. If we go back one page and I add the cart, it's going to hop in there and we got a product instance. There's a whole bunch of stuff on there. It looks like all these fields do get attached to the page model. That's crazy. Alright, so we do have it here. Form cleaned data. Let's do it there. Step over. Yeah. So that's correct. So what does it step into? So the cart is empty. That's the problem. So that's working good. Now it's gonna set the quantity. That works. I didn't see what happened with the save. I should have stepped into that. I might need to add the debug toolbar. Let's see if that helps if I get the Django debug toolbar. I believe it has a session inspector. All right. What are the site settings? Oh, that was actually the one I wanted. Settings. More or less base. Oh, the dev settings. Yeah, I can't commit this. I'll have to remove these after. It's supposed to go in the developer settings, but I don't know how to really work with these. I'm new to Django, so I'm just going to put it in the base settings just for this session. I'll learn more about that later. See, message middleware might encode the responsive content. I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna try it right up front. Let's see if it breaks or if it doesn't like that. Whoops. Looks good. Alright, let's see if this works then. There we go. And all that, it just doesn't give me this session. Dang it. It's in requests. Here we go. Yeah, I just didn't see it. All right, cool. Card is empty. There we go. And probably that one of the original initial changes I made was trying to clean up that code a little bit without this. The session card was initialized. That might have been this might be the breaking point. My tea is not as hot as I was hoping. Dang it. Okay, let's try tracing back. Why this session is never getting updated. Why the cart is never getting updated at least. This is pretty nice though. Alright, so I go to store. I say add to cart. Let's see what's going on. Everything's coming in the request, and it's making it all the way to the save method. I'm going to trace back. I'm going to go backwards in the chapter. So I think this initialization goes sell session equals request session. And I did change this. So maybe if I just revert that. Yeah, that worked. So, yep. Yeah, it's working good. Let's clean it up a little bit. So the image is not working. The table markup's not working. I'll go back over this code, try to grok it a little better. The book does do a pretty good job of explaining it, but clearly I didn't read it closely enough the 3 times I've read through the chapter. Alright. I just didn't like this, I think. Because it has to assign it. Yeah, whatever. Something about that just irks me. Let's go back to the template. Now things are working. Add in the proper bootstrap classes. Because those scopes didn't so much matter. The image is not rendering, so let's find out what's going on there. Product equals item.product. Page URL is not working on product. So it's like the product is not an instance of the Wagtail page class. Okay. So this might be something we can change. Put in the cart detail. Let me double check here. I have to check this cart object. When we're instantiating the cart, I need to parse this to a Wagtail page object. at this point, the product should be a Wagtail page instance. Here's what we're doing. Okay, product objects. These should be page instances. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I'm looking at the wrong column, so I still want the page URL. We need to be able to link to that. Let's see if this works. If it's a page instance, this should work, right? Oh, damn it. There we go. Don't want the debugger. So that's working. And it works. The link works. Good. So it looks like the main problem is just something with the page HTML that even open. The image tag here. Oh. This should be 100 or 50. Let's see. Looks good. Okay, so if I remove this item, oh yeah, that worked. I already tested that. Floats are displaying correctly. Alright. Alright, we got 9 files changed. I'm going to have to go through these and commit them. And we're at 3.5 hours. I want to try not to go the full 4 hours. I want to get to a stopping point. Let's see. The last part of the book chapter that we're on, we've got adding items to the cart. The remove works. And there's an updating. Product quantities in the cart. And what they're saying is for each item in the cart, since I review.py, in other words, we'll edit the model for the view py for the cart. All right, that's not what I want to do. In the cart detail, we add a loop over each of the items. This is for item and cart. Then inside of the template we can display the form. So instead of showing the quantity field alone, we're going to show that form in there. This is where you can just display the fields themselves. I guess the CSRF token can go at the top or the bottom, doesn't really matter much. But I prefer it at the top. So we make sure we don't forget it. Alright. Looking good, looking a little bit better. Well, let me think here. So, give a little bit of space. It doesn't need to be so wide. What I'll do is just specify the style width. I'll put the form field in there. wrong field. All right, we'll just put this hidden field back in here somewhere. There it is, just right there. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, a little bit better. Ish, but still, I think I have some copy and pasting left over there. Yeah, that needs to go. Damn it. Input group append. Submit button. Let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Getting a little bit tired. So we'll use this example after the update. After the update field, I don't need any margin bottom. So it's an input group. I get that much. You got an input and a button. I understand that much. Our button looks like that. Our input. Looks like this. No margin that could have been thrown it off. Seems like it's working, it's just getting cut off. If I drop this tile, I just want to see if this will actually just work. Yeah, it looks good. Alright, not too bad. Quantity update. So it should be set though, the default, the value should be. Should be set, which was item quantity. Yeah, so the front end code is looking a little different than the book. Substantially different. So refresh that now. We should have like quite a lot of them, in fact. Input number, quantity, required value, got the value twice. There we go. 20. All right, let's just tone it down a little bit. Take 12. 1. Very cool. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. A little bit in style, inline style. I'm going to permit myself to do that. Instead of the word remove, I'll make this a button. The font, awesome icon. I think we already have Font Awesome 4. I don't know if it's in the front end. What the heck? Yeah, the whole thing's done for. see if this works. I don't know if I've loaded. I don't think I've loaded the CSS in the front end. Font awesome. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's a little less shouty that way. I'm gonna do that with the update. All right, cool. This is a pretty good stopping point. I have the remove and update buttons working. I've deviated just enough in the front end to feel good about the code and getting, having permission to build this into an open source application. I think I can commit the backend code as well and maybe refactor that in the future, or just consider it not substantial to the overall size of the book, more or less. When we continue next time, I'll continue in the chapter of creating a context processor for the cart, which will let us have a global variable for the chart state, whether it's empty or how many objects are in there. And I think with that context processor will be useful in the navigation menu. That or just a regular, I could just inject the database logic directly into the menu itself, since it'll be on every page anyway. So let's go ahead and we'll have to also then continue building the checkout process and eventually payments with Braintree. So it's quite a lot of work ahead of us still. This has been almost 4 hours, 3 hours, 51 minutes. I'll go ahead and commit these changes and call it a night. I'm going to keep Font Awesome around. We're using Font Awesome 4 in the back end, so I'll also use Font Awesome 4 in the front end, although the nice Font Awesome 5 is out. Go ahead and remove the Django debug toolbar until I can install it properly. Whoops. Okay, trying to keep it legit. Mentioning the book where I used it. And giving attribution in the README. Push these changes up to GitHub. They should register then in this pull request. In just a moment. So several more commits. And again, this work for this session has been really inspired directly and informed directly by the Django 2 by example book. I highly recommend it. It's a good read. I've only found, maybe one major omission so far. I think we'll encounter that in a little bit. As packed books go, I think this is one of the higher quality ones I've read, though their quality is increasing in recent years. And we've been using, here it is, table of contents, chapter 7 so far. We'll continue on 8 and 9 in the subsequent work, including at least the payment gateway and perhaps PDF and CSV. Probably these celery tasks will be useful. We'll need to track the orders. I'll cherry pick a few of these features, and we probably won't do those. So mostly 7 and 8. Again, got permission from PACT explicitly to use portions of this book. They said it's okay just in general to use the code from their books, as long as you don't just publish the book code verbatim, as like a standalone project. If you integrate it into another project, even commercial project, and make some changes to it, that's pretty fair use. And that's what these, resources are intended for, so you can actually build real world things with them. I'm just happy to build an open source project inspired by the contents of this book. So thank you, Antonio Melé, for producing such a great book. It'd be awesome if the code were on GitHub. I would have just a lot clearer of a conscience about it. But I think as I've explained, I think it's well justified for me to use the book, and I'm glad to have such a clear recipe to follow without having it too complicated, because e-commerce is a whole domain I don't want to delve into just for our simple, little Quaker community nonprofit bookstore thing. So if anyone would like to, cool, I got some lint in there. Anyone would like to check this code out for yourself, we're open source on GitHub, Western Friend, and the WF website repository. And if you're watching this video on YouTube, feel free to leave any questions or comments in the discussion section below the video. I will respond promptly. I try to respond within a couple of days. Thanks for everyone who joined today's live stream. That Cyber Guy Rich, totally not Sybil, my friend Sebastian from Germany. He was with us for a while. And we got a couple of comments from D. Acre Game and Ultra Vladik. So thanks again for attending. It's always nice to have people hanging out in the chat. It's great to get off topic and explore other areas, and it's also really nice to hear what other people are working on, what kind of tools you're using and projects you're building. So again, thanks to everyone for watching. This has been the latest edition of creating a website from scratch with Python, Django, and Wagtail CMS. Hope to see you again soon. Have a great day.